Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome to our kickoff sprints for the Fablen shopping trip. I have some lovely people with me this morning. We are all very awake right now, she
Yep.
said sarcastically as she has lost her train of thought 4 times. Paco is my witness.
Yeah. For me, it
So
is 7 a.m. So
I know, and I appreciate your dedication. It's earlier for you too, right, Katie? I think you're an hour or 2 hours behind me.
It's 9 a.m. for me, so I'm not doing
Oh,
too bad.
okay, I don't know time zones then.
Yeah, me
Or
either.
I've forgotten what your address is.
Okay,
It
so my
could be both.
here's my exact address if you guys want to send. No, I'm kidding.
Let me see. Hold on. Is this one? Okay. Let me. Speaking of which, your little present is going out today, Katie. I just it got shoved under some other things and did not go out with the mail.
Listen, I'm one of those people that I'll say yes to a lot of things, and then all of a sudden it'll show up months later, and I'm like, I totally forgot. It's like a second gift to myself. So I don't mind.
Love it, love it. So I am joined by two lovely people this morning. Do you guys want to introduce your channels really quick while I go and close the blind? Because I don't know how to do. I've never done sprints before. This is my first time.
Hi, I'm Paco from Bad Witch Books. I do mainly fantasy, young adult, and a little bit of romance reads. And I post videos every Friday. There should be one dropping in an hour.
Nice. Don't forget to use the shopkeeper section channel on Discord when you drop that.
Will do.
Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm Katie. I'm from I Would Rather Be Reading, which is ironic because lately I feel like I haven't been reading. So who am I? Okay, false advertising. It's fine. I do mostly sprints, and videos are kind of extra fun, mostly because chaotic mess with scheduling. Who is she? So if you want reliability, go with Paco. Absolutely. If you want, you never know what you're going to get. Hello, welcome. Excited to be here.
I feel that in my soul, Katie. So many levels of that.
Slowly I'm getting it together, but I will never pretend I have it together. So
I have fully failed at this, so I feel comfortable telling people that I was trying to get a 365-day reading streak this year. We're on day 4 of me not having picked up a book.
Life. So
yeah, I was just like what books? I'm too tired. I'm excited to read what I'm going to be reading, though.
Yeah.
So that's part of the problem.
My Goodreads goal originally this year was 120, but just because the way life has been going this year, I'm like, I'm going to make it 100 so that I don't feel pressured to read more than I have to.
The way I handle my Goodreads goal is I always set it at 100 because that's the number that I just kind of naturally, before I was trying to reach it, I would just naturally read that number, right? And then if I have a really good year, I will set the number higher in October. October, November. I'm like, oh, I'm going to hit 100 in September. Okay, we're just going to pop that up. So, anyways, what are we reading this morning? Because I don't know about y'all. I'm going with the prompt list that I made, and I'm letting the dice decide what I read. Am I regretting this already? A little bit. But I'm going to be reading Taste of Marrow by Sarah Gailey. It's a novella duology, I believe. I don't think there are more books. I think this gets me caught up in the series. And it is like a steampunk alternate history where we followed through with a plan to bring hippopotami over from Africa and cultivate them in the Mississippi River to use them as meat. It's not going well. If the cover of this book is any indication to anyone, I enjoyed the first book, so I'm excited to see how this goes. I felt like do you know how sometimes you'll read it? Well, you guys probably know this. You read a novella and it's like, this didn't quite have the finish that I wanted. Things still feel so up in the air. And I'm like, okay, is it because it was a duology, or is it because we have Tifa? Or is it because it's so short?
Hello,
Tifa.
I missed the question. What was the question?
The question. I was talking about how this book felt like it just didn't have a very satisfying finish, right?
Mm.
And the question was, is it because the novel is so short, or is it because then that's when Aoife came in? So
yeah, it's me. Sorry.
yeah.
This is my impact on the world. I make books feel like they're terrible.
I mean, I don't know if it's terrible. We're gonna see, because it was a duology when she started it. So, Hako, what are you reading this morning?
I'm gonna start with, because I'm trying to read all my Fairy Loot books. I'm gonna start with The Coven today. I finished the book last night, so I'm ready to start this.
Is that the one that came out recently and like had all of the pretty sprayed edges at the? Okay.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So it's for the Romantasy box, which I have all three, and I've been a hit or miss, mainly miss for the Romantasy picks that I've read, except for like one out of the 4 I've read. So we'll see how this one is.
You'll have to let me know how it goes, because also, girl is on top of her shipping, because I got the Fearless cardigan like 2 days ago. It's not supposed to ship until Monday, and it's already out for delivery. I'm like, ma'am, where is this energy for Rep TV?
Hey, don't you be standing in front of Taylor's house, okay?
Don't do that.
Give her time.
Do not abort
mission.
Paco, you will have to let me know how the Coven goes, because I have, like, there are things about it that intrigue me and I might want to read it, but I'm not sure yet. So, Katie, what are you reading?
Okay, so I'm going to be reading the Atlas 6, and then, you guys, I have Hoopla for the first time in my life. I'm living my best life, because Adam's getting into reading now. For anyone who doesn't know, Adam is my husband, so he only reads audiobooks. So we decided, I did a bunch of research to see like which libraries we could just do like a non-resident card and just pay money. Yeah. So thankfully, due to that, I finally now have access to Hoopla. So I'm also listening to, hold on, I think it's called like Mr. Heartbreaker. It's a hockey romance. And what I love about this series is that it uses a different narrator for almost each important character, and then those narrators stay the same throughout the series. So I think that's super unique. But so that's what I'm working on.
That's cool. If you can get Hoopla through that whatever library you're with, you should be able to also get Libby.
Yeah. No, so that's the whole reason we did do it, is obviously the Libby. Hoopla was just like an added bonus where I was like, I have access finally. Oh my gosh.
I need to get on, because I think the New York Public Library, I need to get on seeing, because I think they let you pay. It's like, I thought they would have so many audiobooks, because I think I just lost Harris, because I saw somebody say that they were starting to crack down, and I was like, okay, that makes sense. And they have, for a library in, I think it's Texas, they have a surprising amount of books.
Yeah. I still have Harris.
You do?
I still have Harris, but I've lost Sunshine Coast.
They may not have gotten around to you, like, because basically it happens when you renew or something like that. So like there's like, I think it's like the year from when you update. And also I need to harass my brother into getting a library card,
and then giving it to you.
He doesn't use it. I'm like, all he listens to is audiobooks. I'm like, you could have free audiobooks, sir.
Yeah.
Free audiobooks. I understand that they won't have Brandon Sanderson because he's Audible exclusive, but you could have free audiobooks. And he's like, I don't read that many a month. I'm like, he has 9 credits just sitting there because it takes him so long to read books, and he's not great at reading physically. Like his focus just does not. I think we both got a little heaping helping of mom's ADHD. So, Miss Aoife, would you like to introduce yourself and tell us what you are reading, and or it looks like you're working on something as well.
This is what I'm doing.
Ooh.
The ratings blanket is back out because I'm finished making a hat for my friend's kid. I put it into the Easter box, and it is on its way to Ireland. And now I can get back to knitting for me.
Oh, speaking of knitting, Aoife, that knot I showed you, I do not trust it anymore.
No. Did it fall apart?
All of the knots that I made are, with the exception of those 3, are still fine. But I did test it out with one of the, and I was like, you know what? Just even though all of these other knots are fine, because those 3 like popped, I'm just not gonna trust it. So I've gone back to my old way of knotting. So just so you are aware, to update you. Thank you. Sorry. Continue on. I was gonna forget if I did.
I am the European Trade Guild head shopkeeper. We haven't decided a title for me, but I live in Europe. So for me, it's the afternoon. I finished work. Sorry?
I said head of the European branch.
Head of the EMEA market. I finished work about half an hour ago and then sat down and disassociated for a little bit. So I don't know if I'm feeling eyeball reading or earball reading. These are the options for the eyeballs.
Okay. Oh, I almost grabbed that book and I forgot.
The 3 last books of the Before the Coffee Gets Cold series, including the new one, which I have not actually read yet. And this is the option for the earball reading.
Okay.
Miss Emily, if you are on my Goodreads, you will notice a pattern. If you notice the pattern, you'll know what it is that I'm up to. If it's not very easy to decode if you're looking at my Goodreads right now.
I love that you assume I log on to Goodreads more than once every like 3 months to update all of my books that I've read in that time.
Yeah, I do the story graph daily because they have a reading streak now, and if I lose it, I genuinely go into a flying rage. I can't be approached for a couple of hours afterwards.
Do you know the last time I was on a story graph?
When was the last time you were on story graph, Margaret?
January 3rd, when I entered all of my books from last year.
The last time I was on Storygraph was about 8:30 this morning when I logged my books for yesterday.
Same.
Love it, love it. The good news is even though we are physically in different time zones, mentally we are all in the market square right now. So that's the way that fantasy worlds. I've decided to have no time zones. It's an imaginary world created by people's imagination. It is flat. The true flat Earth. Anyways. Purely I just do not want to have to think, because I have a campaign in Fablen as well, so I don't want to have to think about time zones. So shall we say hello to the people in the comments?
Let's say hi.
Yeah.
Hello. Yes. We have an Amal. We have Kendra. Hey, Kendra, how are you? Working on my second book. Very nice. Speaking of, Aoife, I would go with whichever one you can finish sooner.
Yeah. No. Yes. Not this. I still have this much to left.
Yeah. The way that I have calculated this, and it may change depending on whether or not more people join, because I'm not saying you can't join. I'm just using the numbers to kind of keep things fair and balanced. So we're not going off of my intuition, which is make it as hard as possible. So
also, you know how PTSD I got when you said, hey, you should read whatever you can log first. I was like, oh shit, my team's in last place. And then my brain was like, Dusty, there's no teams here.
Oh, we are all in last place. No, I'm kidding. I'm doing all short books. We're doing manga. But I had a point and now it's gone.
Aoife, log your book that is the first.
The goal is, like, the way that I calculated this, I was like, okay, we're gonna calculate it so that the 3 like main items, if everyone reads like 2 to 3 books in this weekend, we should be able to get all 3 of those. If we want items 4 and 5, we'll have to push for them a little bit. So in theory, everyone will walk away with at least the potion of healing.
Hooray!
Most likely, we should walk away being able to choose between the potion of healing, the disguise kit, and the shield.
Hooray!
That's the goal. And the DM may fudge the dice a little bit if we need to. Hello, Ro. We have Katie. have Jess, who messaged me this morning. Hey, I don't know if I signed up for this.
I know I didn't. I still have to do that before I actually register a book.
You too.
You should probably do that. No. So it was very funny that Jess is the one that messaged me because someone had a really funny, like, how they heard about the readathon.
Do share.
So I had to look up who it was. And so I just so happened to know off the top of my head whether or not Jess had signed up. So, Beth, hello, Werecat. Ooh, reading The Sea of Monsters, the most underrated Percy Jackson book. Right? Like, I think it's everyone's least favorite, but it's so good.
I don't know if it's my least favorite. It's not my favorite, but it's not my least.
I feel like it's so close between Sea of Monsters and Titan's Curse as to which one is my favorite.
Titan's Curse is my favorite.
Yeah. Of the two, yeah, my favorite of the four, it's obviously Last Olympian for me.
That's a good choice, of course.
Yeah, Last Olympian, Battle of the Labyrinth, Lightning Thief, and then the last two are tied. But they're such good books. Good morning, Sabrina and Susie. Okay, so we just paused my audiobook of When the Moon Hatched to join. Very nice. Listen, if you have 51% left or 150 pages, whichever is greater, you could still use that if you wanted to. So if you think you could finish it by Sunday, I'd keep working on it a little bit and just like sprinkle in some quick books. Hello, Melanie. Hello, Sullivan. I'm reading The Lost Story by Meg Schaefer, Home Alone for the Weekend, so it's a great with company.
Oh,
I love that.
What a nice way to spend a weekend alone as well, just like sat on the couch reading. That's the dream.
That is the dream.
I wish I did this when my parents were out. I never do. I don't know why. I always have the most to do on the weekends they're gone. So the last weekend they were gone, I had to like walk my car or walk back and forth to the tire place to get my tires changed. So currently I am on day 101 of my reading streak, but I've lowered it to at least 1 page, 1 minute every day. Yeah,
I did that too.
My yarn blanket goes in increment, like I have a 0-day color, but it goes in increments of 1 to 10, 10 to 50, 50 to 100, 150 to 300, and then it's like 300 to 499, and then 500 plus. So like if I do so, like even 1 page, that was the whole goal.
Yeah, same.
Nice. I always set it at 100. Very nice. I feel like for a lot of us that read, 100 is a pretty doable goal if we read like more than 1 book a week.
Yeah.
Like I've been consistently over 100 the last 4-5 years.
Yeah. I feel, and I don't know, for me, Goodreads goals have always been something that it's changeable. I've had years that I have lowered it as well because the reading did not go as well. So, I also lowered my, I'm sorry.
Well, doing rough or just not fun ones.
Yeah, what you pick? I mean, which month has it been rough so far?
True.
Oh, I went downstairs and talked with my mother about politics because of the SAVE Act for the first time since like 2018, 2019, because she won't be able to vote.
Oh no! Changed her name on marriage.
Yeah. I won't be able to vote either because my birth certificate is missing, so I'm working on fixing that just in case. But yeah, that was, I was like, hey, this is going to affect both of us. We need to worry about this.
Mm-hmm.
I am reading Spark of the Everflame. I need to get to this. We have some hellos for Aoife. Some talk. Hello, Essie. Welcome. And we have an Amara, too. Hi, Amara. How are you? Yes. Susie is listening to V for Vendetta, but not really feeling it. I probably need to do an update to the rules for DNF. Remind me to do that. Margaret's making a note, so she will remember at the break. Just going to put DNFs, question mark.
That sounds like I haven't really figured it out yet, but I'll get there.
Yeah, Yeah, that's exactly. So I'll sit down and figure out like what I think is fair. So if you do DNF a book, at what point you need to get to count it.
Well, you're gonna see the note and be like, "What did I DNF?" What did
Well. Stacy says, hello, joining at work this morning and finishing the audiobook of Storm of Ink and Blood by Nisha J. Tooley. I need to read this. I saw her at a I think she is one of the ones we saw at a Polygon. There were a couple of Nishas there. I have to look this up or it's going to bother me the rest of the... Yeah, we saw her at a Polygon. Yeah, she's really nice. I have one of her books. Okay. Reading A Hymn to Dionysus by Natasha Pulley, and I want to work on some crochet. Yes, crochet today.
I still need to get that. I haven't gotten that one yet.
Yeah. If Goodreads in my spreadsheets don't say I'm reading it, then I'm not reading it. Mm-hmm. This is so absolutely true. If I have not started it on Bookly, I'm not reading it yet.
Yeah.
So, what do we all use? Do we all use Storygraph?
Storygraph and Goodreads.
I use Storygraph, Goodreads, and then I have a spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I primarily only have my Goodreads now because if you get an arc, they ask you to review on Goodreads, and I'm like...
The only reason I still use Goodreads is because it is so helpful for like BIPOC and small authors.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, same for me. It's just the publishers and ARCs because obviously a ton of people ask you, or influencer teams too, they ask you for your Goodreads so they can check you out. So I was like, well, can't just get rid of it. But it is like my least used. Like I update it like you do, Margaret, in like chunks. Mm-hmm. So like I don't even know the last time I updated it, honestly.
I think I don't think I even updated it this year to December 31st. Like I still need to go in and because I was like, you know what? I've got it all in Storygraph. I have my stats that I need. We'll do Goodreads later. And now it's April.
But do you know what haunts me about that sometimes is I had a year once where somehow a book was missing and I could not for the life of me figure out what it was because I went through the sheet over and over and over again. And I'm like, but what is missing? And it haunts me to this day. But you know what? Who cares what Goodreads says? So I moved on.
Exactly. The one that gets me for when they ask you to review is when they ask you to review on Amazon and it's like an arc, and I'm like, you realize that if I haven't purchased this,
I can't review it.
The review.
That's actually a misconception, though. So, working with the ARC teams that I do, and like on the author side of it, it's not that you can't ARC review. It's you have to be very careful in your wording. So, like, what I do is I always just say like ARC review. Like I put in the title, ARC, like not the title, but like in the main part, like the first thing I say is ARC review. Thank you to author and publisher. But you don't say in exchange for because you don't. Yeah. That's where Amazon gets.
Yeah, you can't do that. That violates PC, right?
Yeah, so like you don't want to. So like it's technically all fine because like ARCs are legal and it's in their like guidelines that like you can receive ARCs, like review copies. You just have to be really careful about what you say when you're leaving an ARC review because obviously Amazon uses its own baloney to like. So like, and then the issue is if you have that happen multiple times, you can have issues with your account, but it can happen to literally anyone depending on what they're saying. It doesn't have to be an ARC review for you to be flagged.
I feel like the last time I tried to, and this was, keep in mind, this was pre-2020. I feel like the last time I tried to review on Amazon, it was like, no, you didn't buy the book, you can't review it. And I was like it legitimately like shut me out. I was like, oh, okay. I couldn't even leave the review, but I don't remember when that was.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've never had that happen to me, but again, it doesn't mean that things don't happen and that it's Amazon. Let's be for real. It's not like they have their life together.
They most likely would have changed that because that is a real problem for publishers if they're sending out ARCs and wanting people to review it on Amazon. So I wouldn't be surprised if like that was something that just was weird when that first got started, and this was I think pre them buying Goodreads or when they just bought Goodreads. So. Just joining below.
One thing I truly don't understand is I don't understand why you can't just literally have your review from Goodreads just automatically go onto Amazon. Like, why do we have to do this whole nonsense?
Why isn't there a lot of cross-platform when they own both?
Yeah, like they just make it hard for literally no reason.
It requires them to do work on Goodreads, so right.
Goodreads, which hasn't been updated since the day it was launched.
I don't think Amazon actually knows Goodreads exists. I think the only people that work on it at Amazon that know it exists are the people that work at Goodreads. And I think that's like 3 raccoons in a trench coat in a closet.
Yeah. I'm still on the fact that you have to spell everything completely right in Goodreads to find the book you're looking for.
Yeah, like
And even
where's the
then, it'll still give you like 75 different books by different authors and not the one you're looking for.
Yeah.
That's funny. You would think that they would update that considering how much of the internet is run on Amazon Web Services. Like, you'd think they'd be better at that. Well, hopefully we will provide you some motivation, Wreath River. My sneaky little poop of a character needs the disguise kit. She needs it. Yeah, I'm waiting till we hit double digits before I update, like, where we are. Just because I feel like if I'm updating it at, like, 5 books, 7 books, 8 books, I'm like, that's just going to be demoralizing. So we'll wait till there's been an impressive change. As he says, trying to read House of Burning Frost by Olivia Wildenstein in one day. All right, well, now we have to see how many pages House of Burning Frost has.
Or hours.
Yeah. But either way, good luck from me.
Yeah.
I believe in you.
The cover is pretty. All right, this is product details. 460. Oh, you can definitely, Essie, that's doable. 468 pages. Beautiful. Saw the Percy Jackson musical last week. It was an experience. It's such a good musical.
I have not seen or heard anything from it.
Okay.
I need to, but I also haven't seen the show.
So the show and the musical are completely different. Like you don't need to go. Like, I would go listen to the soundtrack though. It is so good, and in my opinion, this is the most accurate Percy Jackson adaptation there is. I would love to see it redone with the show cast, because the show cast is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
The show is perfect. But they are so good. The one thing I will like, it's definitely an interesting one when you're watching it and it's all being performed by adults though. Chris McCarroll, like, it was very funny because his Percy voice, because he was trying to pitch it lower, I was like, Percy is low-key gay in this one.
I mean, I feel like Percy is low-key bi, so
yes, definitely. But like, it was just so funny because like, I see we are going with like this it was so funny, but it was such a good and clever interpretation as someone who was a theater major and really loved like I love it when theater companies have to get creative with their sets and their props and all of that, and they really made the set and the prop a part of the show in a way that I have not seen except in Newsies.
Okay.
Like the level, and it was like because it was off Broadway, so it was very low budget.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of the time having a low budget makes you more creative, but then because you do not have the big flashy stuff, you don't necessarily get on Broadway, and it's frustrating.
Have you listened to Epic, the musical, at all?
I haven't listened to Epic yet. I want to, but I'm also afraid that as a musical theater major, based on what I have heard, I'm going to have some critiques of the music that people aren't going to like.
Mm.
So it's one of those things that I'm like, I don't want another 6 situation.
Oh, okay. I was it was a hyperfixation for me for like each time an album dropped for me for a while.
It feels like it should be something that is very much for me, like, because it's Greek mythology and it's a musical.
Yeah.
I'm just scared of it because I know how big the fandom is, and I know how with big fandoms, sometimes if you have even a small disagreement with them,
Mm-hmm.
it can go certain ways. So, and unfortunately, because I listened to 6, and because I like Anne Boleyn content, the song that I have the most issues with in 6 is the one that keeps coming on my For You page.
Mm.
So, good morning. This is my first Fablen related readathon. Well, thank you, Susan, for joining us. I am so excited reading Heartless Hunter. Okay, okay.
That's a fun read.
Fun one.
I'm reading the sequel for the Reddit challenge.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my books for that.
I need to get to the sequel. I really liked the first one. Cece Cotto says Sea of Monsters was their favorite. Hi, Tia. Kendra is already on her 50th book read for the year. That is...
Damn, Kendra. That's impressive.
Low-key jealous.
Same.
A little bit. Just a little bit. And knowing that you have kids, I need your secrets, Kendra. You should teach classes.
Get webinar.
Exactly. You can charge good money for that.
Yeah.
I decided not to have a number goal this year. It's the best decision I've made with my reading. So that's definitely like a valid way to go.
That's a good one. I know people as well who, if they want to have a goal, will just set it at 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then whatever happens after the year, I still reached my goal.
Yep. Listen, that Goodreads streak, there's serotonin that's released when you see that streak reached. But I also totally get this idea that like I think that like a reading goal is fun if it's fun for you. If it puts unnecessary pressure on you, focus on non-number related goals, right? Also, or smaller ones.
Indirect opposite to the serotonin you see when it's like, you're ahead of schedule. Do you know how much it pisses me off when Goodreads comes in here with this fucking audacity? You're 2 books behind schedule. Do I look like I care?
I hate that shit because it
tell somebody else.
It tells you in the most rudest way too. Like, you know, you're like 3 books.
Hey, just so that you know, get your shit together. You're 2 books behind.
You know,
and you know that, right? Like, I didn't ask for that on this Monday morning.
Yeah. The worst part is they're not even funny about. Like, they could be the Duolingo owl about it, which is also annoying. But at least that's memeable.
He's funny, but he's made an entire social media career out of being a little bit of a bitch.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, got another person that 100 books by Sabrina. But I've already read 84 so far, so I think I'll have to up it. I think you should.
I love you.
Hello, Christina. Welcome. My 4th sabbatical is over. We have power again.
Yay!
Right. How are you guys doing after that? I know things got crazy up there.
And yes, bye, Katie.
Katie will be back, I'm sure. Remember to have a snack, check the laundry, take your meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Yes, we appreciate that. Hello, Ren. Writing an essay on Carol by Highsmith. Have to write 1,500 words and due today. Haven't even started. Go start your essay. You guys start your essay.
We're here to keep you accountable.
Ta-da! And she magically reappears.
My browser crashed, and I was like, oh, well, they're going to think I was like, okay, bye. Like, that's enough.
Yeah, Katie, I think this might be your first time on my channel, or like first or second time. If you know anything about how sprints go on my channel, I have legitimately left in the middle of sprints because my internet decided it didn't want to work anymore, which is really funny when you're watching your 2 best friends like panic. But where did Margaret go? Well, what do we do? We're supposed to be ending sprints.
But see, it worked out for me because now I've moved up in space on the screen, so really, no.
Now you are the last person that has to update us, so you have the longest to think about what you're going to say.
Yeah, thanks for that one, Katie. You really did me a solid there.
Anything for you.
Listen to the soundtrack so much. It's fun. Listen, My Grand Plan is such a good song. Main issue was a bit too many plot points per minute for a musical. I mean, they are trying to fit a lot into one book. But it is, it's so good. It's so good. And it did some really fun stuff. I listened to the Calypso songs on repeat. Her voice is such a nice brain scratch. She has a really pretty voice.
Yeah, I do think the cast they got was really good.
The cast is very clearly talented. I have issues with how
Penelope songs have been for me lately with Epic.
Yeah.
That's what I'm listening to.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, at some point I'm going to sit down. It's just such a undertaking.
It is.
Goodreads, no pressure, but actually all of the pressure. You basically. Stacey says, I'm a fan of Epic. I have some issues with how the Odyssey was adapted and the changes that were made, but I think the music is pretty well done. All of the melodies are really catchy.
I took it as it's a retelling of the Odyssey, so
yeah.
in my mind, when it comes to like retellings, just like a book, I'm not expecting it to be a 1-for-1 of what it's gonna get. It's just an adaptation. So that's
I've seen a lot about like how what the ancient Greeks is too early for this would have interpreted certain things as versus how we would interpret them in our modern society are like for example, like faithfulness to your spouse, things like that. They are very different concepts, right? Like we have a different view, and I think that you see this a lot through history with royal couples and things like that. Like we have different views on how things and different sorts of standards on how things go and what is considered, like what the definition of certain things are. So like it's one of those things that it's very interesting to listen to people talking about like some of the different aspects. So I like really like a lot of the discussion that's been coming up. But hello, Lady Bookworm, listening to audio and reading along to Fairy Tale by Stephen King. Okay, very nice. We love an immersion read. Those are always so good. All right. Shall we, first off, shall I get the silly little timer in here? And then we will go into a sprint. Okay. There we are. And I like this view better. So, all right. Shall we get ready and go into a sprint, guys? Sound good?
Nope.
All right. Let's go back. Let's do it. We've been talking for what? 35 minutes. It's time. That's fine. But we shall go in. We don't need this. Go away. Going in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Welcome back, everyone. Of course, the timer will come back right as I took one of the big last bites of my breakfast. So my mouth was full of food. I was like, oh no.
My breakfast just got here, so.
Nice. Nice. Okay, give me just a second. All right, guys. Well, I do math. How did y'all do?
I got to the 2-hour mark of my audiobook.
Nice.
Because I'm listening at like 2.6 speed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how I can listen to it that fast, but I'm like, it took practice.
Yeah, I didn't start out being able to listen at like 2.2 times speed either.
Yeah.
No. You got to build up.
So, and honestly, I think the way that I got to it is I started listening to YouTube videos. At like, I usually listen at like 1.75 or 2 times speed if it's a YouTube video, no matter what it is. Just set everything to 2 times speed unless I really need to pay attention to it. So like, that's how I warmed up. I was like, oh, I can do this with audiobooks too. So, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. How are you liking it so far?
It's interesting. I like the way the magic system is set up because it's like you got different types of witches. And our main character, this is a synopsis, so it's not a spoiler. Like, this is like, she's a death witch pretending to be a green witch because like the death witches are like not supposed to be around anymore. And so it's interesting how they're doing the magic system.
That sounds like The Darkest Minds. Like, literally, she is an orange pretending to be a green. So, that's funny. Nice. How did you do, Eva?
I got to exactly 50% of book lovers.
Okay.
I have knit this much of my blinky. Not all today, obviously. And I am going to take the next sprint as an edit the video for Monday, and possibly the sprint after that / the end of the next sprint, also as a make and eat dinner sprint.
That's smart. How did you do, Katie? And who do we have on screen with you?
Oh, this is Valkyrie.
Ooh.
Hi, Valkyrie. I love you.
So I read first I want to apologize if you can hear my washer. Normally I close the door, but when Val decides to sit on me, this is where I stay. So
as the law demands.
Well, especially because like she only wants attention when she wants it, so I have to take it when I can get it. But I read a chunk of the Atlas 6, and then I had to get up and actually do some cleaning. That is my whole goal for this weekend, is to do some deep cleaning. The weather is nice, so I can open windows, light some candles, So I listened to more of Mr. Heartbreaker than I did that Atlas 6. But so far, I'm reading, and that makes me happy.
That's the important part, is reading the book.
That's the main thing.
I did that. That was a breakfast sprint, as probably people could guess from the fact that I was like, yeah, I was in the middle of eating the last bite of my breakfast. I have 2 bites left. It's fine. And I also managed, while I was doing that, I managed to get 47 pages of Taste of Marrow done.
Nice.
I should have picked this up sooner because she's putting in snippets of what happened in the last book, so we're good there. But I am a little lost because it's a novella, we're like jumping right in the middle of the action. So I'm like, you know what? We're just going to go with the vibes. We're just going to go with it. We're not going to ask a lot of questions. And if I need to know it, the author will remind me. Things are starting to come back as we're mentioning things and talking about stuff. So far we've had, I think they're going to be looking for one of the main characters' baby who was just born because the baby got kidnapped. So there is that. Yeah. I am also hopefully going to be finishing a video in the next sprint. I think I'm going to go back and forth. And then once the video is finished, I'm doing what Katie's doing. I'm like, I need to get things in order. And I just have been like running, having to do things that did not involve me being able to clean. So, hello, Helen. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. In answer to my question from earlier, Christina says we're doing okay. Internet just went out, lol, but it's back again. It was a long couple of weeks, but we survived. Missed sprints though. But I did get a lot of reading and made progress on my blanket.
Nice.
Very cold, so really happy I crochet blankets. I posted a pic of the ice before power went out. We'll be posting more pics soon. My God, that's like, I feel like I shouldn't be surprised because I also deal with weather that will take out electricity and the internet for like days at a time.
Mm-hmm.
But like that is scary. So, I don't know why it is. Like blizzards and snow freak me out way more than hurricanes do.
It's because you're not as used to it. Like if we had a hurricane, the entire continent would shut down. But a blizzard, we can kind of get through.
Also, part of it is I know how to swim. So if things flood, I feel like there is something that I can do about it. But if I get buried in snow,
oh, you're screwed.
Don't ask me where the deep-seated fear of being buried in snow came from because I've never been near here.
As a Californian who is 70 degrees is chilly.
Oh, same.
Oh, my poor heart breaks
so
for
funny.
you.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to deal with that.
To be honest, Paco, it really depends because I was out in Utah. And like it was in the 60s when I was out in Utah for I went out to visit Brianna and another friend, and I was in a tank top and shorts in weather that if I was in Florida because of the like humidity and the wet, I would have been dressed like Katie is right now. I would have been in a hoodie and like my sweatpants and all of that. So like humidity has a huge impact on what counts as cool or cold to you. But
yeah, because we get so cold, literally when we get what we call like a heat wave, like when it gets back up to like 40, you're going to see people in shorts. I wore sandals. You're going to see people grilling. I kid you not. Like we appreciate just the bare minimum.
Bare minimum.
Yeah. As for blizzards, I mean, we don't get like intense blizzards, I'd say. We've had a couple snowstorms that were unpleasant. The worst part is the driving. It's not really like anything else. Cause like if you can just like hunker down, you know, like it's just an excuse to stay inside. But yes, unfortunately, because we live where there is snow, things don't cancel. Like my mom lives in Tennessee, and if there's even a forecast of flurry, like everything cancels. And I'm like, that is the saddest thing I've ever heard. But like here, so like when it actually snows, my mom is like, you're going to work? I'm like, yeah, everything's functioning like normal. This is nothing.
You have, what was it? When I went to visit my brother last year, I went in January for reasons I don't understand because as a Floridian, the reason I refused to move up there with him is because I would not survive it. But like the day that I was supposed to leave, he said, just so you know, we may have to move your flight because it's going to snow and we are not equipped for it. So people are going to be driving stupid. Like if it's not safe to drive, I'm not taking you to the airport. And I was like, okay, it was safe to drive. But like, it's really interesting seeing the difference between states that have a reason to prepare for the snow and the weather and all of that and states that don't and how the snow affects them.
To be fair, I want it to be known, even though I live in a state where we get snow all the time, it does not mean anyone here knows how to deal with snow. The drivers, they lose their minds. All of a sudden, the functionality, they're just like, I forgot, error, 404. Like, no idea.
That's like Floridians when it rains. I think there's about 10% of us that know how to drive in the rain.
Yeah, same here. I think my city got labeled as one of the worst cities to drive in.
Oh, did you see that list going around?
Yeah.
On Threads?
I don't know. I didn't see it on Threads. I'm not on Threads like that. But this was a couple years of, like when I was back in high school, we got labeled as the worst cities to drive in California, and I was like, I believe it. I was like, people don't know.
What was it? There was a list going around of the worst states to drive in, and I was like, what? The fact that Maryland did not make the list. The Florida was number one, but the list is wrong. If Maryland is nowhere on that list, I'm sorry. Because I've been up there when my brother is driving, and I've never lived somewhere where if there is, like they will pull in front of you if there is like enough room for half their car, and they will just assume you're not going to hit them. And I'm like, you are putting way too much of your faith in other people's faith in other people. So, but they said Florida was number one, and I was like, is that number one? At least 50% of the drivers that are in Florida are from y'all states. All of the people, they're like, see, my state's not on there. I'm like, I bet it is. They just have a Florida license plate now.
To be fair, I feel like isn't Florida also made up of a bunch of old people, though?
It is not as much anymore. We had a lot of people move down here during 2020. We've had a boom in population growth. It's leading to people building places that you should not be building, which is already an issue, but it's accelerated the issue. But like, yeah, a lot of the people that are terrible drivers down here are driving like Northerners in a southern state with a Florida tag.
Yeah, let's be so for real. If I drove in California or Florida, pray for me, because I simply would not make it. Too many lanes. Too many. Well, because like here's the thing, I'm just a slow. Like I always leave with double time. I'm not worried about it. But everybody else is like they're late. They're like 6 hours late. They're driving crazy. They're not gonna let you do crap. And I'm just like, I'll miss my exit. It's not that deep. Like
I'm that way though. Like I'm not going to endanger people if I miss my exit. I'll just get off on the next exit. We'll deal with it. Just stay in the right hand lane here. You'll be fine. That's where the old people are supposed to drive.
I haven't been to Florida yet, so the fear is real, but I do want to go so bad. But we'll see.
You should come in May.
Yeah, that's too soon. I have like 4 events I'm doing in May already.
Oh no. Okay, well, mark your calendar for next year then.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the thing is like there are so many things going on too. Like there's so many cons that just pop up all over the place. And I'm like, aren't you guys tired? This is a lot.
I'm trying to figure out like because I want to go to more festivals and more bookish events. And I want to go specifically to more like adult fantasy events. The problem is that a lot of the adult fantasy events, because romantasy is so popular, are leaning more towards romantasy. And I don't know a lot of those authors. Like the fantasy that I read is not what's going to be at the con. And I'm like, I feel bad going to a con where I'm like, oh, I haven't read your books yet.
The main one I go to Y'all West, which is young adult. But Margaret Owens is going to be there this year, which I'm excited for.
I had to meet her.
Yeah, and then look what happened.
Damn. Yeah.
Stop it, Eva.
My 4th year of going to Y'all West, so
nice.
Fun.
I'm thinking about going to Y'all Fest this year. The only thing that might make it difficult is it is right in the middle of Medicare season.
Yeah.
I have to be available for that. So we'll. I mean, I can probably take a weekend. I did take a weekend last year for Taylor Swift.
Yeah,
and everybody was okay. So.
No one tried to destroy the car. So.
Y'all West is usually like the first week of May, and luckily where I work at a basketball arena, and so basketball season ends like April. So luckily, a busy season is over by the time I get to go.
Nice, good for you. That's good. I love that.
Yeah.
Back to checking with Susie says read a chapter and a prologue of the Colorado Kid and a chapter and prologue of Blaze. Very nice. Ren got 485 words so far. You are very welcome, Ren. We're here till I think 4 o'clock. I don't know what I said. I'll check the schedule at some point and decide when I'm leaving. Let me ask you this, Ren. How much is it like due midnight tonight? Or like is it due like 2 p.m.? How are we like how close to the deadline are we cutting it? Because I have definitely I think I finished my senior thesis because I had to turn in a rough draft. I finished that rough draft like an hour before it was due.
Yeah. The closer to the deadline, the better I work, honestly.
We've all done it.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Like it was like one of those things I'd done all of the research. Cause I did, my thesis was how to make a specific hat because I decided to do costuming because I was theater, a whole thing. He was like, you can either costume a show or you can do a deep dive into a specific time period and the hats that you would use. And so I'd done all of the research because the research was fascinating to me. It was the writing of things that I had to do. But Sylvan said, I got really tired, so I decided to switch to audiobook and housekeeping instead. We don't need you yet. Half sleeping instead for physical. Minutes left of And There He Kept Her. CC Cloud got 37 pages. Hello, Ashley. I ate breakfast, played with the kitties, obviously, and read about 12 pages of Enchantra.
Ooh, how are you liking Enchantra? Because I'm excited for that.
Erica read 15% of an arc. Very nice. Hi, Maggie. How are you? I'm studying for comps. So sorry. My condolences. What form can the help be sent in? Made 23% of Spark of the Everflame. Very nice. Wreath River got to 69 pages of the 13th hour. Nice.
69.
Not a stupid question, Maggie. So Fablen, we're doing a 72-hour readathon this weekend. And then there is a main month-long readathon that will be happening later in the year. I'm 95.5% sure that it is going to be happening in October. I just haven't officially set it for then, just because I hate committing to things because plans change sometimes.
What's wrong?
Again, help. So there will be more chances to participate. Basically, all that we're doing this weekend is we're just trying to read as many books as we can, and anything over 150 pages counts. If you want prompts, or you're like me and you need a little help deciding what books you're going to be reading, there is a prompt list that you can roll a d20 into. So Katie says, read 20% of my book now, so now I'm about halfway through. Very nice. Maggie wants to know what you think about Book Lovers, Aoife. I thought it was such an interesting commentary on the trope and love the dynamic.
Hi. Here's hello, friend.
She was growling at me, but she's like, I'm not a pet, so pick me up.
I'm so glad that she's here for my thoughts on Book Lovers. So I am rereading it for the little fun time that I have got planned. This is not a romance.
We know.
This book is the story of Nora and Libby and how they are sisters and how they get each other through shit. And also, if there is the archetype written down, textbook, epitome, say whatever word you want to use about it, eldest daughter, it is Miss Nora Stevens. Holy, it's like holding a mirror up to myself.
Ooh.
Genuinely. Like, every single time that this woman starts panicking about, like, she's so type A. And she starts, like, I'm at the point again where Libby, who is heavily pregnant, I think she's like 6 or 7 months pregnant at this stage of the book, she has gone into hospital for anemia. And Nora's like, do I need to find a coffin? And I'm like, bro, she has anemia. Get her a hamburger. I know she's a vegetarian. But get her a hamburger. For a long time, this was my favorite Emily Henry book. Then Funny Story came out, and now that is my favorite Emily Henry book. I really enjoy the sister dynamic in it, but I am also very conscious that it is probably the first of her books wherein you could very seriously make the argument that many have made that it's a contemporary fiction, women's fiction, chick lit, whatever blanket you put them into,
Yeah.
with a side serving of a romance.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the same with her new book too. It's even more like women's fiction, in my opinion.
Her new book gives me, if The Hating Game and The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo like fumbled around, found themselves in a one-bed situation, and then 9 months later, out pops Great Big Beautiful Life. I haven't read it yet, but I've seen the synopsis. Obviously, for obvious reasons, the reading of it is imminent, but I've heard it's very, put those two together, put them into a machine, squeeze it out, here it comes.
Yeah, I finished it yesterday. It is very Evelyn Hugo coded. Like, you would definitely feel the inspiration from like Taylor Jenkins Reid.
Okay.
So there is like a story within a story. But yeah, I'll be curious your thoughts.
I will send you every single thought I've ever had, hinged or unhinged.
Let me ask y'all this, because this thought just popped into my mind. If Emily Henry was a man, do you think she'd be classified as literary fiction instead of romance?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably because the men folk
Yeah.
would be like, well, she's writing this great story about poverty that these two siblings had to go through after their mother's death, and the long-term effects of what being an eldest daughter is like on the psyche of women and how it can manifest itself into these women. But also, she and this guy hook up in a lake, so there's like a little bit of a romance in there, but it's not like it's
Is it?
Clearly a romance subplot.
You
it's a
need the
sprinkle.
people, like the readers that are saying she's romance, or just the publishers that is
The
making?
publishers.
Yep.
I believe it's the publishers. They're marketing her as a romance. And my humble opinion is that they are women's contemporary fiction books with side servings of, like, a side salad of a romance.
Well, it's like I think it has to do a lot with the kind of denigration of chick lit as a genre, because there are a lot of people who are like, oh, we don't like that. I don't like that title. It's and I'm like, no, why?
Yeah.
Like, there are movies that are very clearly marketed towards women.
Mhm.
Just let them have a genre. Like, let it be a genre.
It's weird because romance itself is marketed towards women too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
primarily. Yeah.
yeah. So it's weird that, like, oh, you don't want to be called chick lit or like women, like, but you're like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those things like, okay, you don't like chick lit, let these stories be in literary fiction then. If you don't want to have women's fiction, then you need to let us just be in fiction without, like, it's a whole kind of like you're creating the cycle that perpetuates itself.
Exactly.
It's fun.
Exactly.
Genres are always interesting to, like, figure out and, like, watch as they shift and change.
Yeah. And having read the 3 books as I have read so far in such quick succession, you're really seeing, like, a similarity in vibes.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if when I go into the next 3, the vibes will also present themselves similarly. I also feel like, Funny Story has got a bit more of a stronger romance in it, but it is also about Daphne, like, striking out, finding her own way after a breakup.
Yeah.
But Happy Place is most definitely not a romance.
Yeah.
That's the one Emily Henry I really want to read. I haven't read any, but Happy Place is the one I own, and I'm like, if I'm going to read any, that's the one that makes
it is quite good. Just don't go in there expecting a romance. Go in there expecting a group of 6 people who go on holiday.
That's funny. And I think that, like, there are people that go into romance sometimes that they want just the romance to be the thing that they look at. But I think that there is room for, like, that's one of the reasons I like the 7 Year Slip, I think, does so well. The romance is the main focus, but there's also, like, that's the difference. It's a side plot that has to do with her career, right? Yeah. So, about a quarter of the way through Severance, very nice. Nikki
we have been saying we want to start that show for the last maybe 8 weekends now. And every single weekend we will put on, and I am not joking, anything else. Any other TV show on this earth has gone on except for Severance.
Here's what you need to do: is you need to just stop trying to force it. You'll get to Severance.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let it happen naturally, and we'll see where we end up.
Yeah. Desperately need to read Valor, but also mostly need to get off my phone and read or listen to something and clean my house. We've got another house cleaner. Kendra says finished another book. Very nice. Paco, remind us, what are you reading again? You're reading The Coven, right?
I am.
By Woods is the last name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By
it's a very
Harper
nice cover.
Ellis.
I mean, the curve suggests that about 50% of people are poorer drivers than average, which, like, explains a lot. I feel like they're not teaching driving the way they used to, because all of a sudden...
I don't even know if, like, driver's ed, even a class in school, because when I was in high school, we didn't have driver's ed. So, like...
Yeah, I know that the high school near me still has the class, and they're still teaching it, because when I drive by on a Saturday, I can see it going. I can see the cars in there. They're doing, like, getting ready to do stuff. But, like, the thing that, like, stood out the most to me is now if an ambulance passes and it's a situation where, like, there's not enough separation, because I think in Florida, if you have a 5-foot median, like something in the middle that the ambulance wouldn't be able to cross over, you don't have to stop.
You know what my favorite thing about Germany is?
What?
It's called the Rettungsgasse, which is basically like the saving alleyway, in that if you see an ambulance behind you, everybody swerves and they leave this opening in the middle for the ambulance to just go whoom. And the first time that I ever saw it, I was like, this is the most organized country on the entire fucking planet. Then 2 days later, I went to get a train and immediately took my words back. Immediately.
You are, so when I was taught to drive, you are supposed to pull over as far right as you can get when there is an ambulance coming up behind you, when you can see one behind you. You're also not supposed to cross into intersections if you can hear an ambulance or a fire truck. I've noticed that no one is paid, like, quite often I will be the only one actually pulling to the side, to the point that I've stopped. Like, I'll get to the right, but I will not stop, because you're supposed to stop if there's an ambulance here, at least in Florida. I don't stop anymore because I'm worried that the people behind me who are pulling over but not stopping as well will not stop as well. I'm like, this is weird that we're not. When did this change? Got some stuff about, from Denver and traffic is a nightmare and fast. If you're going the speed limit, you're slow. I mean, if you're going the speed limit, you're slow in Florida too. I got pissed at somebody because they were going faster than I was, and I was like, buddy, if you're going faster than me, you are actually driving at a dangerous speed, because I'm not driving slow, man. You see what I'm doing and you're going faster. Driving snow, no problem. Put me in any big city and I'll probably panic. I did make it through OK City a few times, but I just had to stay on the interstate the whole way through. Oof, the storm was all ice, so it was worse than a snowstorm. The weight of the ice was breaking electric poles and trees all over. They said they replace about 800 poles a year. Yeah, that makes sense. Make me do this. I'm at the tedious part and not the fun part. I'm so sorry, but we're here. We're here
through and persevere, Maggie. Push through and persevere. The terrorists persist, but so do you.
Beautiful. Typing 20 pages counts.
Yes.
I'm around 25% into Enchantress, and I'm really enjoying this so far. Loving all of the new characters. Nice. Okay, so, Ren, you're giving me anxiety now. I have done this.
Okay, so Ren, I have got sprints at 10 o'clock in the morning for us tomorrow time, and I'm going to be checking in.
Yeah.
Because we're in the same time zone. I'm going to be checking in with you.
I have absolutely done this in my college career, though, because I had an essay due on Hamlet. It was like my 4th or 5th essay for that class on Hamlet, because it was a scene analysis class. Mm-hmm. I stayed up till 2 a.m. writing the first draft, and then I was like, I'm not going to pull an all-nighter. I will do better if I just edit in the morning. And so I got up and had to edit and print before my 8:30 a.m. class, which worked out well for me, but oh boy, no.
I remember.
Never again.
I used to be done way before the due date, but now I'm the queen of procrastination.
I remember in high school, I had like a history paper I had to write, and of course, I waited till the day before it was due to start it, and I remember getting a whole 2-liter soda to keep me awake as I wrote that paper. It was not fun.
Yeah. I only read 2 Emily Henry books, and I was like, this is general contempt women's fiction author. Yeah. I feel like there is a really fine line sometimes between when it becomes general fiction and when it's just a romance. You have to really sit down, and it comes down to people's definition of A plot and B plot. But also, everything I've heard about Emily Henry makes me feel like she is well on one side of the line. I say the same about Elsie Silver, Josie Silver, even though I've only read one of her books. I feel like
Josie Silver is a women's contemporary fiction.
Yeah. I feel like a lot more people would have liked The 2 Lives of Lydia Bird if it had been marketed correctly, because it is not a romance.
It is not.
The romance is barely there. Yeah, the romance is barely there. It's a book about grief. And it's not even I will argue that The Heart Principle is a romance. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about the fact that that's because the romance is the A plot. And the sad part affects the romance. It's not a rom-com, but it's still a romance, right? But yeah. But like, no. The Two Lives of Lydia Bird, there is no way that could have been, she could have done that plot and made it an actual romance. So, hello, Erica. I'm cleaning during the chatty bit, and I'll read when it's quiet again. Understandable.
Hey,
Well, I hope you're happy to have a lot of time to clean.
Hey,
Yeah,
Helen, how you doing?
Yep. Ooh, we have a hello, welcome. Yeah, we were supposed to do it in most places on the U.S. too. I still stop for school buses, although if I see a school bus, I will try and pass them as quickly as possible so that I don't have to stop behind them. But if the school bus is in front of me, I am stopping for them. Expecting trains to be on time or even to show up at all. Eva, that's not for you, German.
Don't get me fucking started. Okay, listen. We are going to the Germans' parents for Easter next weekend. And we're going on Wednesday, and we had booked our transport, and we were going directly there. And then his dad messaged us and was like, hey, just letting you know so you can plan around it. Our usual connection has been cancelled because there are works on the line. They are happening for the entire month of April, and it is specifically in the center of the line. So it's like we can't even go around, just go through the straight way. But we've had to go like from Berlin up north and then over a little bit. And the only reason we're okay with this is because when we're in Hamburg to stop over, we can get Franzbrötchen, which are the most delicious things in the whole wide world. Think of a cinnamon roll, flatten it out a little bit. Also, somebody said something about Western Europe and Brussels. I ain't know what that was. Yeah. I've also stopped trusting Irish Rail because they have screwed me over every single time I've gone home to visit my parents. Every single time.
God, it must be so nice to be able to. No, I don't know. You're saying that the fact that you can take a train to visit someone, just fascinating to me. Because if you try to take a train here, a lot of the time, it will be just as expensive as a plane ticket.
His sister and her family went from their town to Paris over their Easter break. It's 9.5 hours on a train.
Mm-hmm.
With a stopover in Cologne, but still, a 9.5 hour train ride? Be serious. Grow up.
I would take a 9.5 hour train ride, to be honest.
I would not. I'd get cabin fever after about 2 hours. And Peter, you're very welcome.
Yeah.
Those are my humble opinions and thoughts.
They will be there tomorrow. Yay.
Fantastic. I'll be asking you every single question under the sun about how your essay went.
Yeah. I would love to have other options to travel so that like plane tickets aren't so expensive.
Yeah.
Right? Even if it was just like, I would love, because where we live, there have been multiple, or where I live, there have been multiple, like, because I'm in one county, and then there's another county, like Tampa is in the next county next to me. I'm not actually, I say I'm from Tampa, but I'm not actually living in Tampa. I'm in a county that's close to them. It would be lovely if I could just take a light train to Tampa and do stuff. I would be so happy with that. Can't. You have to suffer on a bridge for at least half an hour.
I did my first like train ride recently because I don't drive, but I usually have someone to drive me places. But I went to San Francisco for Tracy event, and I took my first adult train rides because I'd taken one since I was like a kid. And the most anxiety-inducing thing to do a trip by yourself and not know exactly what you're doing occurred. Yeah. But once I got the hang of it, it was fun.
Launched 1,000 likes long train rides.
Torture. You know what's worse? Long plane rides.
Yeah, see, I'd rather a long train ride than a long plane ride. Which, with all the air travel catastrophes this year, I would pick train over flight or car. I mean, so here's the thing about a lot of the air travel catastrophes is they are reporting on catastrophes that are statistically within the norm. Because a couple things happened that were outliers. Commercial flights are typically very, very safe. You don't usually see commercial planes have a crash like the one that happened in DC. That was a whole thing that happened that is, everything is up. But smaller aircraft, we're talking private planes, things like that, Those do crash on a regular enough basis that they don't usually make the news. And because of the crash that happened in DC, suddenly we are reporting on every single plane crash that happens, even the ones that are like, no, this is a normal, this happens, unfortunately happens on a regular basis.
Mhm.
I found that out when I was like 13 because of our JFK Jr. dying.
Mm.
We
I
literally
see.
here just a couple weeks ago had a plane crash into a house.
Fucking hell.
Terrifying.
That was crazy.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised there are, because there is a small airport not too far from me. I'm surprised we don't have more issues with planes crashing near me. So, I'm like,
I don't know. For plane crashes, I'm not scared as much as if we go out this way, we go out this way.
yeah, it's one of those things that I'm like, I know that the majority of like commercial incidents, like with commercial, happen takeoff or landing. That's the most dangerous part of a flight, typically. Like you don't. So many things of like it has something. So many things have to go wrong. Usually, they are not all going wrong at the same time. So, we did have a couple of interesting people in the cabin with us. A couple from New Zealand who are part of the Wheelchair Rugby Nationals. Very nice.
Ooh.
Hello, Steph. Planning on reading Storm of Secrets and Sorrow. Very nice. We're going to go on to the next sprint, but before we do, I just want to like update. If you haven't seen the announcement, I wanted to update everyone. I did update the how it works in the Discord for DNFs. So the rule we're going for this readathon with DNFs is if you've made it to 50% or 100 pages, it can count for this readathon. Go with whichever one is greater. So just to support our friends who don't believe in reading books they hate, because no one wants that.
Life's too short to read bad books.
Yeah, it unless you're having a good time hating it, yeah, just put it down, come back to it. It's good. All right. So let us start. We are going in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. I turn away for 3 seconds, and suddenly the sprint is over. How? Let us know in the comments how y'all did. How did y'all guys? How did you guys do?
I only read a little bit because I updated Marvel Rivals because it's the new season started, and then I took a shower because I worked at 1, so I was like, I want to slowly start getting ready.
Very nice. I edited for part of that sprint, so I only read for about 10 minutes. So I got to page 6. I went from 46, so that's 13 pages. I read 13 pages in that 10 minutes. So
what video are you editing?
I am editing my TBR that was supposed to go up. It was supposed to go up, I think, April 3rd. But if anybody knows what happened, I was stuck in Georgia on April 3rd. And actually, no, I was driving 5 hours in with no AC on April 3rd. So, yep, that was fun. And of course, my brain, because it was freaking out about car shit, my brain would not let me edit the night before. So, anyways, how did you do, Aoife?
I also edited a video. My one is super BuzzFeed click-worthy title. BookTube changed the way I read forever.
Very nice.
Very fun. That's coming on Monday, so be prepared.
Nice.
I also made and ate dinner. I was so close to being finished when the timer went off, but I didn't make it.
Oh.
And then I read like 4% of the book.
Nice. I mean, you do what you can, right?
Exactly. I made it through. I'm still here. I got back.
Like, I feel like even though I'm not reading a lot at one time, I feel like I am on track to have this finished, hopefully, by the end of my sprints. So, especially since I'm close to the end of the video, so I should be able to, I'll take a break before I go into the final edit, like adding all of the graphics and everything in. So, anyways, let's check in with everybody else. We had a couple of people join us, but first, where Kat says, oh no, I finished my puzzle, now I need to work out something else to do while I listen to my audiobook. Have you found something else to do? I assume you want to like leave the puzzle out for a bit so you can enjoy the fact that you finished it. So what are our other options? What else can we go for, right? I've got 12 hours of audiobook left. I can't help you there, man. Hello, Rachel. Hope we're having a wonderful day. Rin got about 130-ish words inside the works page, but on a happy note, found out that I have to write 1,200 words and not 1,500. So half done. Yay me.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. I loved writing essays in college, and I never, ever, I don't think there was a single time that I made it at the word count that we were supposed to do. I had too many things to say. I would try and cut it down as close as possible, but I had too many things to say. Hello, Rose. Currently on a planning period I can read. So that's what I'll be doing while these sprints are running in the background. You're very welcome. I would rather be continuing Wrath of the Triple Goddess. It's a very good book, to be honest with you.
I'm so behind on the new Percy Jackson stuff.
Yeah, I read that in January, I think. It was my first book of the year because I knew that I wanted to read a book that I was going to love. So I was like, you know what, we're going to start the year off with a bang since I didn't get to this when it first came out. So there you go. And now I don't know when the final book in this trilogy is coming out because he's got a new Nico book coming out in September or October, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, okay, but if that's coming out, when do I get the final book in this, Richard?
Mr. Riordan. Mr. Riordan.
We will. It's fine. We're gonna get season 2 of Percy Jackson, so it's fine. But I'm excited for that. I ate lunch and read one more chapter of my arc. Very nice. Brittany got 4.5 hours left in my audiobook.
Okay.
Nice. switched, as you can see, I have started folding laundry, switched laundry, and then started multiple things, completed none, and none of them were actually on the to-do list.
It'd be like that.
Relatable, Nikki.
Life be like that sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Far too relatable. Please stop.
Yeah.
Please stop. Don't attack me like this. It's rude. Why did that sprint feel like 5 minutes? I don't know. It felt like longer to me.
Seriously.
Seriously, it felt like 5 minutes to you, or it felt longer to you?
Felt like 5 minutes.
Felt like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Sylvan said, finished my audiobook and had dinner. Very nice.
What'd you finish?
Yes.
Didn't like it.
Hold on. This is one of the ones I feel like I remember what they are reading. And there he kept her.
Okay, sounds like a thriller.
Yeah. Sabrina made it to 46. It's either a thriller or it's true crime, right?
Oh,
yeah. Sabrina made it to 46%.
Nice.
Hi, Zinnia. Ran errands the whole sprint. Hey, if that's what gets you through errands, that's what gets you through your errands, right? I might be joining in Eva sprints from my local record shop. I haven't decided whether I'm going to try for the Fortnite.
You mean the ones that are starting at 4 in the morning?
Yeah, the sprints that start at 4. I won't be joining you at 4 in the morning, but like I'm planning on getting there early. So
okay.
I might while I'm waiting in line chime in, because like I've heard conflicting things about the Fortnite 7-inch, about how many record stores are getting. So I feel like I probably should get there early in the morning and do all of that, just in case there are a lot of people there. But like I feel like my record store, there are never a lot of people there. So like I don't know. 93% of my audio book keeps but work keeps wanting to do this. I'm sorry, Stacy. We also had switch laundry, watch a YouTube video. I made an oil change appointment. Good for you.
Love that.
Very nice. Jess is eating lunch at work, and I'm at 74% of all systems red. Ooh, so you're like in the thick of it. I love this book. I love it. Which part, Rachel?
Yeah.
Like, how out of the loop are you? Did you know about the new, like, the sequel trilogy to the Percy Jackson series, or we're doing his senior year? Or are we talking about the fact that season 2 is coming out, or are we talking about the Solangelo book that he just announced like a few weeks ago?
I swear it's been more than a few weeks ago for the Solangelo.
It may have been. I don't know. Time is fate.
Yeah, I mean, because I swear I saw like the cover reveal like a month ago or something like that.
A month ago is still a few weeks ago to me, because a few weeks is like 3 to 5.
Okay. A few weeks to me is like 2, so, but...
So, anyways, yes, I do believe that they officially have confirmed that season 3 is happening as well, which makes sense. It was the most viewed show on Disney+.
Season 3 of Heroes of Olympus to be confirmed is what I need to feel safe watching the show.
You're like, I need. Well, with the rate that they're going to have to recast. Because Walker is going to be like 25 by the time the series finishes. So I'm hoping the fact that they have confirmed season 3 means that they'll be able to go to like a more traditional shooting schedule, where like they finish shooting for this season, they go into writing for season 3, and they start season 3 next year. Yeah. Right? Because that's what TV is supposed to be when you're shooting it. So I need to get back to Percy Jackson. My oldest and I, Buddy read the first one. Buddy read the first one last summer, and he has read all but like 4 in the world since then. I still haven't made it to book 2. Yes, there's more parts. I didn't know about. I thought, oh my god, no.
Margaret has opened brand new worlds to people today.
Yeah, this is why I'm. Also, so that means you don't know about the musical either. So you should check that out as well. It's a good musical. Lady Bookworm is here and says 12% complete, 21 hours and 15 minutes left. Very nice.
Ooh, that's big.
What am I doing? Oh my god. Yes, they're so good too. Like,
Yeah.
really, I didn't realize how much I needed a Percy Jackson book where he was facing things, but his life was not at stake until I read a Percy Jackson book where he's having to like complete things, but the only thing at stake right now is whether or not he will be able to get into college. Right?
Because that kid needs a break.
Like it's so nice to have him just be like, this is, we'll figure it out if this doesn't work out. No one's trying. It's so funny. Like, I'm like, it's fine. Like, it's one of those things that like you can tell, like, not being able to go to college with your girlfriend, that is going to be a massive deal for someone at 17. But you sit back and you go, it's not, y'all survived both the Titan's curse and the events of the Lost Hero and Son of Neptune. You're good. You are both good. You'll be fine. So, I need to roll a d20 and figure out how to make it work with Aurelium during the next sprint. I know d20 is optional, but fun. I mean, listen, I definitely dropped the ball in that I could have customized some of those prompts way more to the books I knew I was going to be reading. Like, I'm sitting there going, why didn't I do this prompt? Why didn't I do this prompt? Why didn't I?
When I do my Halloween bingo board, it's legit like, what books do I want to read and what exclusives do I need to make these prompts for?
Yes. That sounds cozy and right up my vibe right now. I need these books. Yeah, I don't know that I would call it cozy. There are life or death stakes. It's just, like, the world's not going to end.
Yeah.
His life definitely is threatened because the gods have no concept of
morality.
Chill. But the world's not going to end if this boy fails. So,
have you read the Sunbearer Trials yet by Aiden Thomas?
I have not. That's on my list of books I need to read. From
every other Percy Jackson fan out there, I said it feels that like that fit the comp. That it for Percy Jackson fans should definitely check out the Sunbearer Trials.
Love it. Hello. Yes. So there in the next sprint, there will be information in the description box. I was making dinner and stuff in the last sprint, so I'm going to fill out the description box and get all of that information. You can also go to my my channel, and there will be a video that explains all of it, gets you into the Discord, all of that good stuff. I just haven't gotten it below this video yet because I'm a hack and a fraud.
Life has been lifing.
You 3 raccoons in a trench coat.
I mean, yeah, I could have. There was the possibility that this could have happened, and I could have gotten it done. But I also had 7 other things that needed to happen first for this readathon. So, like, I had to finish making the cards for everything and all of that stuff. CC Cloud read 40 pages and got pizza for dinner. In fact, you know what I can do? I can stop being a hack and a fraud because I can post links. I can post links to things. I
can post links too. Do I still have a screwdriver?
You should still have. I haven't taken the screwdriver away. All right.
Okay. Do you want me to post the link?
Review. There is the link to the video. You should be able to go grab that link. Click the link. It'll tell you everything about this weekend. And then follow my channel if you want to know about when the big readathon happens, because this is just a little kind of mini preview.
And don't forget to like the video.
And subscribe.
I'll go out here being my hype man. It's been really fun to see how many people are like, oh yeah, this is my first time doing Fablen. I'm like, hey. New people to torture in October.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, don't sell it too badly.
Yeah. Listen, I try to be a fair DM, but I also am going to provide a challenge.
Yeah.
My brother would disagree because his most consistent feedback with sessions has been, please hurt me more. I have specific things that if I drop below a specific HP, I get to use them, and you're not letting me use them. I'm like, okay, I hit more.
That's slightly sadistic.
Not him playing "Hit Me, Baby" one more time.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's pause and reset this. Yes, we said the current segment. Okay, I have been unpacking recently, moved, took a shower, and I'm gonna read again. Good for gonna read again.
Good, well done on getting through the move as well, because moving is torture.
I can imagine, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just planning on moving my bookshelves when I redo my room, and I'm already not looking forward to it. It's a very weird thing to hear from your brother. I phrased that awkwardly. He did it in a much less weird way. He was just like, Margaret, these guys, you're going too easy on me. So I'm like, okay, listen, I can only plan for the Barb or I can plan for you. I can't plan for you both. But listen, I try to be a fair DM. I try to plot things out so the dice decide, and it's not my own personal feelings. I try. Sometimes the dice just do what the dice do. I can't help that. I don't know if there is a less weird way when it comes to
Fair.
Oh, it's his character is canonically married. He doesn't know it because he thinks that his wife is dead. So it's gonna be fun when we finally find his wife and his kids, and I'm gonna be like, this is gonna be fun to role play.
Oh my god, you're gonna kill your brother.
I know. I mean, I've already played 2 different characters that tried to seduce his girlfriend. So
Hey.
we have a dragon fucker on our hands.
Fun.
But I get you. I'm DMing for a group of writers and trying to balance fun and trauma and twists. I measure how well I'm doing and how many times my party laughs and just like loses their shit because somebody says something funny, or their eyes light up because something from their backstory has finally come up. That's a fun one. So, all right, shall we do another sprint?
Sure.
Let's see. I think I'm going to adjust this just a little bit, actually, because, well, no, wait, I don't have to end at a specific time. It's fine. I'm scheduled till 4. Nobody's going again until 6, so we'll just feel it out when we get to the next one.
I will be leaving around like 12 my time. I work at 1 today. So.
Beautiful. Is there any, wait, hold on. So 12 your time would be 3 o'clock my time.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll have a chance for you to, like, plug stuff before you leave.
Okay.
So, all right, we're going to nope. That's not what I want to do. I want to keep my timer, and we're going to go to here. Beautiful. I'm saving that comment for my enjoyment later, but we're going to go into the sprint. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Welcome back, everybody. Give me just a second. I am going to let the computer do math for me. So let me know in the chat how y'all did. Aoife had to leave us, but she will be back at 4 a.m. my time. I don't know what that translates for anyone else in the audience, but yeah, it's going to be early.
Sorry, I'm like I had to run back upstairs to get here in time.
It happens. Okay, so I got 20 pages read that time around. So we're getting there. It's like a 186 page book. So I'm almost halfway. How did that sprint go for you, my friend?
I got to the 42% mark.
Mm-hmm.
And I started this book on sprint, so.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you're not doing too bad.
It's a short book. It's an 8-hour audiobook.
Yeah. Oh, that's not a long audiobook at all, no.
And I'm listening to it at 2.6 speed, so.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this is a perfect read for the readathon because it's short.
Yeah. And let me think. Oh, I also finished the first edit of the video, and I think because I'm only going to do like one more sprint, so I'm probably not going to finish editing it until later this evening.
Yeah.
I just feel that. Launched 1,000. Would like to know what you are thinking of Coven so far.
Helen is asking. I'm enjoying it so far. It is weird. This is a dark romance. A dark villain romance. So like the guy's the bad guy. But is she sick? Helen, you can answer this in the comments because she's read the book. Is she 16?
What?
Is our main MC 16? Our FMC 16? And I mean, he's an immortal demon creature. But like, is he 16 or is she older? Because I'm not sure. Because it is a college they're going to, but then I remember someone made a comment about like, oh, she's young. And I'm like, he's a demon devil, so like.
I mean, anybody, no offense to anyone in their early-ish 20s, anyone that is going to college like right after high school is very young.
Yeah.
Like I look back on myself when I was like 19, 20, 21, and like I'm an adult. She was still baby.
Yeah. Not that it makes it any better, but like this is a villain romance. They're like clearly she's like, I mean, her plan is to seduce him, and it's just like it's weird. It's like
okay. I mean, here's the thing: there are certain things that I will let slide or overlook in fiction. Yeah. Because fictional characters cannot be anything other than what you write them to be, right? Exactly. Doesn't always mean I want to read them, though.
Yeah.
No, I might side-eye some things.
Yeah, I'm side-eyeing it, but I mean, I knew it was a dark romance. I knew that it was a like villain, like the preface the author gives is like the Coven of the Dark Paranormal Romance is gothic vibes. It said this is an actual villain who gets his happily ever after. Like,
okay.
So there's enough heads up in it, but I'm just like, dark romance is just not my genre.
Nice. This is the comment that I was saving. Rachel says, last session they found out the evil tooth fairy they killed was one of their best friends, their BFFs, under a powerful charm. So they had to console with clothes shopping for their pets. I need to do some life searching if I figured out that this had happened. I need to do something like this, though, with my players to get them more invested. The problem is they just haven't gotten attached to any characters just yet because they keep moving around. So there is that. Rin says just 150 words up till I hit the 1,200 quota for the word count and editing the essay. Hopefully I get to start Lunar New Year Love Story. It's a comic by Jin Yuan Yang and Lu Yan Pham. Nice. Stacy Apple made it to 97%, but stupid phone calls. I get that. I've had days at work like that too. Jess says, watched videos while I was eating and got back to Murderbot, now at 86%. What do you think so far, Jess? You have to like this book or we can't be friends.
I'm starting that next month, I believe, for a fantasy book club in my hometown here. because
Yeah.
they're doing the first omnibus or whatever
Mhm.
for it because of the show is the
Yeah.
pick.
I need to sit down and figure out which novellas are going to be in the show, because I feel like I heard someone say that you only need to read All Systems Red, and it really depends on how many episodes there are, because I feel like there's like enough in All Systems Red for maybe like a 6-episode thing.
Yeah.
But I don't know how many episodes they ordered.
I'm assuming 12 at the most.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious. I'm very excited because like I've been saying, listen, I need more about Rise and Fall of Sanctuary Moon, and it looks like we're actually getting some of Rise and Fall of Sanctuary Moon, and I'm just like, oh, this is going to be so good. I'm very excited for that. I have no explanation for this sprint except children. I have no children, and I still come back with no explanation. So you got a better reason than I do. Sullivan says finished 4 chapters of the Lost Story. 64 pages for Cece. I just started Butcher in the Forest. Okay. I'm not familiar with this book, but that I'll have to look at it.
Cover in my head.
Yeah. What is this? Let's see. I'm gonna look it up now. Butcher in the Forest. Oh, interesting. Oh, I like that cover though. That feels very like it feels very medieval, like you're looking at a medieval tapestry, that kind of art style almost. I might need to check this out. Katie says, I'm feeling a lot of blah about my book, so I made dinner instead of reading. Oh, that's so frustrating. I've been feeling blah about reading in general.
So. I have hit a physical reading slump where I haven't really been able to physically read books. And I mean, I'm still getting through them because of audiobooks, but it is sad that I haven't been able to like fully. I think the last one was a arc, so I had to physically read it. But lately it's been like, if I could do an audiobook, I'm going to listen to it. Just, my mind is, I don't have the attention for it.
I am going to be like, I'm kind of the same way. I feel like I haven't read anything physically for a very long time that didn't have. I was like, I want to start working on my attention span for physical books, but I don't have the time.
Yeah, I don't.
Sabrina said made it to 65%. Very nice. 17-18 in the Coven. So.
Not much better, but like not 16.
Yeah, something like that. Steph ate lunch and watched BookTube. Very nice. While I was editing, I was watching a video by Hank Green about the dire wolves that they have de-extincted.
Oh, I saw a post about that on Insta.
Yeah. They've played fancy dress up with jeans is what they've done, which can have really cool implications for gene manipulation in the future for things. But let's see. It's a demon vampire. Okay.
Yeah. The way they're the vampires are like demons that are summoned by the witches.
That makes sense.
Placed into human. Like,
they are both not great people. Little Corner Booknook says 68% into my audio while working. I can't wait for the workday to be over so I can actually relax and read.
Don't remind me about the workday. Mine start in like an hour.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I hate this for you. Murderbot is peak fiction. I know, it's right? Like, it's one of the few novellas that I've read that I'm like, that novella finished, and like, I did want more in that world, but I didn't need more in that world, right? I felt like the story wrapped up really well. Darkish fantasy under 200 pages. Very nice. I've been in a big reading slump for 3 days. That's understandable. I feel like I have mixed feelings about reading slumps because I feel like there is a level of pressure we put on ourselves to continually always be reading. And I think we forget how that's not normal for most people. Yeah. Right? What was it? Aaron at Booked and Busy said reading slumps don't actually exist. And I was like, you're right.
Yeah. I don't know.
But also,
when I'm in a reading slump, I like having a book. It's not so much as pressure of not having a book to read, because I like always having a book. Like, I don't feel when I'm in a slump, I'm more mad that I'm like, I just can't get into it. Like, I don't know. And but also, I'm on that mentality. If I'm having a reading slump, I don't fight it.
Yeah.
I don't like try to read 100 different books. I just like, you know what? Let me watch TV. Let me watch my shows or something like that.
I feel like sometimes like there's a difference between like for me like my brain going, hey, that's enough books for now, right? Like I don't think that that's a reading slump. I think that's your brain saying I am over, like I need to do something else, and like you should go with that. And then but there's a difference between that and then like when you want to be reading something but you just can't focus, or like nothing that you're reading like is what you want to be reading, like yeah, right? Like I feel like there's a difference between those two. So Firefly says, I didn't read much, but I still finished the 700 plus page Litfic I've been reading for like a week and a half.
Love that.
I mean, 700 plus pages in a week and a half is not bad. So, all right, let me go ahead. I'm going to reset the timer. Paco, is there anything that you want to plug for yourself before you go?
So, I mean, of course, I just uploaded a video today, my quarter one check-in. So I like go back over the last 3 months. It is very chaotic because it's my first time doing our quarter wrap-up. So it's like trying new things out. That is up today. And then, of course, Sunday, I will be doing sprints at, like, I think 8 o'clock. It's 5 PST. So I think it's 8.
Your time.
It's closing out Fablen, basically.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, so I will be going to probably till midnight EST to like, close it out for people, to give them, like, a little, like, last hurrah of reading for the readathon.
We love that. We love that. Hold on. I had reading slump before watching book 2. I just didn't have a name for the feeling. Yeah, I think it gives a name to a feeling, but I also think sometimes we create the feeling. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I could see what you're saying there. Like
there are certain
people who don't have the need to read as much as we do, like, don't have a word when they're not reading for it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like there are certain things that, like, they exist, but also sometimes we can put pressure on ourselves and that kind of makes it worse. So like I like to call sometimes I call it a reading slowdown. I'm taking a step back, being intentional about it. Especially if I know I'm going to be reading a lot later. Somehow every time you get to a chatty bit, someone comes into work who wants to chat. Had a reading slump lasting for 3 to 4 years. Oof, that's hard. I feel like that was college for me. Which is funny because I read a lot in college and I was taking a lot of literature classes, but I'd gotten to a point where like I'd forgotten reading was fun. And that's when I discovered Percy Jackson was my senior year. For growing up in a family of readers, I've always felt pressure to have a book on the go all the time. Yeah, I definitely read. I'm juggling more things now because I know about more. So I've been reading slump since the beginning of April. Haven't finished a book yet this month, but I've also read 32 books in 3 months, which isn't normal for me. Your brain is probably like, hey, slow down. Hit a slump mid-December and she's still going strong at what is reading. Listen, sometimes
I was in a really bad slump last fall.
Yeah.
Perfect time for the Mystic Readathon is when it hit. Which sucked. And I just was not. I read maybe like 4 or 5 books that month, which is not for me. And it was just like, I hate this.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I think it's like, it's hard when our body, what we want does not sync up with what our brain's like, hey, this is what I need. I completely can see that reading sometimes, since I read more than the normal populace. It's like, I feel like it's a nuanced conversation because I do think reading slumps can be a thing that are happening. But I also think that sometimes there is a, there's a pressure that's put on us because we're in this space and we're so used to everyone reading and reading for content and all of that stuff. And so it's just about finding the balance, in my opinion, right? So, all right. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was basically agreeing with you. Like, I just feel like, for me, especially like this year, the like slower reading has just been, the world is crazy, and my mind is like, can we not? Can we not?
Yeah, and I've also discovered about myself that reading is not always my escape when I am super, super stressed. Like, I know there are some people that, like, they're going to go straight into a book. Yeah, I'm trying to give myself permission to slow down for a bit because I've been reading instead of doing other things I love. That's that too. Like, do you want to be doing something else? Do the other thing. So, all right, let us go into this final sprint. Paco, thank you for joining me. Everyone that's been on the sprints, by the way, is going to be linked down below in my description box. You guys can find them along with information for all of the videos. But we got one more sprint to go, and I'll check in with everybody at the end. So,
Bye.
Going in 3, 2, 1, go. Welcome back, everybody. How did we all do in that one? Hold on. Give me a moment to do the math. Pause. Okay, we're on page. I think I've got pretty close to the end here. What chapter did I get to? Oh, I need to sneeze. Chapter 10. In theory, I made it to chapter 10. So let's see if that's correct. Yes, okay. Because we got to the end of that chapter. Okay, got it. I got to page 139, so I am almost done with this book. I will probably finish it here in a little bit once sprints are over, but let me see how y'all did. It's interesting. I feel like this has the potential to be more satisfying than the first book was because it's going to wrap things up, but I don't know. Like, it's very, I feel like, I'm back? Great. I feel like this is something that could have benefited from being like a longer series of novellas. Kind of seems like why? Right? Like, why? Like, I like the concept, but why? So, I also got most of the laundry put away. The only things that are still out are like the warm weather clothes that I'm going to be putting up in my closet here in a minute, but I didn't want to put them up until now because I knew I was going up to Baltimore, and Baltimore was cold in March last time I went, and it was cold in March this time that I went too. So, just planning ahead. I'm going to leave this. We're going to do this, and I'm going to go up to, hey, Stacy, welcome. Hello, just joining late, but I'm reading Crush and Own Voices Trans Romance. It's very cute so far. Very nice. And Ren finished the essay. Good for you, Ren. Very good for you. Kendra got to 60%. Very nice. Maggie says, I'm like 45% of the way through this practice comps. Okay. We're about 30 pages, moved laundry, and now I'm eating lunch. Yeah, I'm going to need to do more laundry. It's unfortunate. What is happening over here? Oh, someone was trying to call me. Let me watch. This is my library that was trying to call me. It was my library that was trying to call me. They have more books for me. I am debating whether or not I'm going to go get those books, although my car is in the shade right now. Since I have no AC at the moment, I have been trying to time all of my errands so that I do them early in the morning versus later in the evening. So anyways, hopefully we're taking the car in Monday because they finally have all of the parts. So hopefully I will have AC next week. But yeah, it's been fun. It's been lots of fun. Stacy finally finished my audio. Spent the rest of my time trying to figure out what to read next. Well, go log those books, guys. If you finished a book in this reading session, don't forget to log the books in the form. Rachel says, took my lamb on a walk and admired the flowers while they are in bloom. Very nice. Very nice. Sabrina made it to 82%. Steph got to 54% of their book. Yes, there is a link in the important links channel. Let's see, where am I? Am I in my readathon? I am in my readathon. So, give me a minute. Give me just a second. Yeah, it's in the important links channel. If you scroll up, it should be the second. And you're just looking for the. I just got home and realized I left my laptop at work. Oh no! Since I don't want to leave it there over the weekend, I have no choice but to turn around and go back for it. That's frustrating as can be. That's really annoying. Hey Tina, thank you. Hi, just joining. I will be switching between two books. You are here right at the end of sprints. However, if you are looking for more sprints later on in this afternoon, well, it's going to be more like evening. Hold on. Let me go to this might be the easiest way to find this link. Let's see, scroll back to there she is. Okay, so there will be sprints over on Nell's channel tonight if you are looking for more sprints. All right, and then Aoife is coming in at 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, my time, for Saturday morning sprints. Those are Nell's sprints. And there is linked down below in the description is the playlist with everyone's sprints if you want those, as well as where you can get this shirt that says I went on an adventure, but all I got was a stupid shirt, and the bookmark that we have for the readathon, which also says I went on an adventure, but this time it's all I got was this stupid bookmark. So if you guys are interested in any of that, all of that will be linked down below, as well as my lovely co-hosts. And then I have a TBR coming up later this weekend. Tonight? This afternoon? Tomorrow? Who knows? But thank you guys. You are very welcome. We did have some good sprints today. I'm very happy with the progress that I have made. That's probably more reading than I have done. I mean, that is definitely more reading than I have done all week. So we're not doing too bad. But thank you to everyone who joined. And I will see y'all later when we will talk about more wordy and nerdy things. Bye.